Hello, Gabriel. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. One second. Just getting a few extra things set up behind the scenes, but nothing so intense that I can't say hi. Can't talk. Okay. Basketball. One second. I'm just gonna get a little bit more. Yeah. Dressing like a true gentleman. True gentleman. Gabriel. True gentlemen wear robes all the time. And have the fan on because it's actually quite hot. Please, I'm cooler than Hugh Hefner. I'm Hugh Super Hefner. It is funny when you get to a certain age, you go like, why don't I just wear a robe? And you're like, oh wait, this makes complete sense. It's a robe, Tato. It's a robe. Bah. How's it going, Tato? Oh, you're still number one. It's simple and I mean I have. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I can't find it. Can't find it. I do have another robe. I don't know. I have a Bull Nakano shirt. I get excited when people recognize it. And I'm like, oh yeah! You love 80s, famous 80s ladies wrestlers from Japan too. Yeah, woo! Oh, I love the Stanley Parable. I have played that. I have played that a lot in my life. I've gone through that thing over and over again. Are you still muted? I've played it a lot. Davey Weirden, Davey, the co-creator of that, has a new game out that we could play. That I've been meaning to check out. Yeah, what is that? Yeah. I saw a review of it. It is. Let me look it up. The Stanley Parable. Well, he has a second game if you're curious. Let's see. But yeah. Wonder Stop. There's also his follow-up that he did to the Beginner's Guide called the Stanley Parable called The Beginner's Guide. Let's see.
I'm not meant to be here. I'm a fighter. I'm meant to be in the arena, in combat. But instead, I'm out here in the middle of the woods, running a tea shop. So, what does running a tea shop involve? Well, there's a lot of gardening, and I've had to get used to the pretty unique tea machine they've got here. None of these tasks are all that hard, they just take patience. And I'm not really the patient type, but I'm surviving. Of course, I have to actually serve the tea to customers. That's usually check in with Bora, the guy who owns the shop, to see if my help is needed anywhere. When all the chores are done, sometimes I'll just sit on a bench and do absolutely nothing. It's not fighting, but it's peaceful. And what's weird is that I actually feel good. I'm happy. I can stop running now. I can stop. I can stop. I can stop running. This is good for me. I need to enjoy this. I feel good. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Anyways. Yeah, I've been meaning to look that up. Yeah. Speaking of... Okay. Me, personally? I mean, if you want, you can do Luna. You can draw Luna. I'll be up for that. Got a new project I'm working on. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you want, you can do Luna. I don't know. It's weird. I never actually draw my own characters. Usually, I always have somebody else do it. Yeah, if you want to try Luna, feel free to. Ugh, I hate that so much. That long string of things that always bugs me to no end. Anyways, speaking of cozy fantasy. Speaking of it, I do have an idea for a cozy fantasy story. Uh, let's see. What about? Sorry, I got distracted. Uh, what about the news? Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. Um. Oh, right, my newsletter. Right, sorry. The thing I'm supposed to be working on that I'm not doing. You mean that thing? Yeah. The problem is I'm not really sure what to do with it. I have a few ideas, but nothing concrete. You know. Sorry. Yeah. You get. Hey, good to see you. Okay, you're officially. I don't know. It's going good. Well, okay. What? Okay, theoretically. Okay, I'll ask you guys. I'll put it out to you guys. What would you like to see in a newsletter? What would you guys like to see in a newsletter from me? You gotta get here first, eh? You gotta get here first. Tato keeps beating you. I'll throw it out to you guys because I don't know. I have an idea of like I want to create a shorts. I want to maybe release some fiction through it, but I don't know. I have all the apparatus set up for a newsletter, but I don't really have any ideas for what to put in it. I have about like I don't know. I haven't checked in a while how many people I tricked into subscribing to that. So I'm a little bit like. Oh God! Stop sending me verification codes. Sorry, not you. I hate that they make you log in like 5 times. You know, this is supposed to be single sign-in. I'm not supposed to have to deal with this. Continue with Google. Yeah, and okay, so I can't show you this, but what happens is they send you an email, and then you click over to do the email, and then it times out, and it's like it keeps doing this. This is part of the reason I haven't checked this whole thing in a bit. Oh motherfucker! Okay. Ugh, it's so annoying. Okay. Okay. 3, 1. Oh. I shouldn't say that out loud, but I guess I did. Oh well. We have a problem with your email address. We can, but you just sent it not. Okay. What are you talking about? I don't curse. I don't say curse words at all. I'm totally clean. Totally. Okay. Let's see. How many people do I have? I have 74 subscribers on my newsletter that I have yet to send a single email out to. Yeah. I mean, most of my OCs are contained within fiction, mostly, I guess. You know what I should have said? I should have said, like, I never said, like, the word duck, and I can't speak fowl. I can't speak duck. Quack. I didn't go quack, quack, quack. Yeah. No. Well, we're all adults here. No, so I don't know. I've never known what to. I don't know. I had one for a brief moment, and it was okay, but I got really burnt out doing it. I mean, I have Luna. I have. Okay. Let me. Let me I don't know. You could. Anyway. I don't know. So theoretically, you two are my most dedicated followers at this moment. What would you guys like to see in an email in a newsletter from me? What would you guys like to see? Oh. Okay. Yeah. Well, it would just be, articles I could write. It would just be like article. I mean, it's connected to this website I have that I don't do anything with anymore, and I've been wanting to. It would be just so. Okay, so a newsletter is like you can sign up for them, and they come into your email box every couple of days or every week or however many they do. You know, a lot of people I know have newsletters, and that's why I wanted to start one. And I connected it to this website I've had forever that I never do anything with. Nowadays. Okay, I'm guessing that I never do anything with nowadays, so I want to do something with it. Anyways, you could draw Jack and Alex, which is a thing I need to finish. Gabriel, I mean, you could draw Jack and Alex. If you're curious about what the thing in my what this is, it's a story that I have written that I haven't published yet that I want to. Chicken butt? Is it chicken butt? Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah. You guys are goofy. Well, because I think it could be better. I think I could make it better. Which is... Of what? Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm up for drawing characters, Gabriel, but that kind of wasn't my plan today. Yeah, I kind of wanted to do some writing. We can do some art tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, or you could just send it to me. I mean, there's no. You could just message me on Discord if you want to. You're getting sassy. I don't know. It's I just have better projects I'm working on right now. Yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah. So I finished. Yeah, we'll see. I finished the short story I was writing for class. I finished the short story I was writing for class, and now the question is, what do I do next? Do you get the question is now, what do I do next? And I don't know exactly what I'm doing next. I've had the comet, right, the apocalypse one. That's exciting. Sorry, for some reason my mind is. Okay. Yeah. You're gonna nail it, eh? Is that what is it? The sequel to Undertale? Is that the sequel to Undertale? Yeah. Are we sure we're not talking about Heartbound? That's the game everybody cares about these days, right? Is Heartbound? Yeah. I've been following that. That's probably a reference that nobody gets. Sorry. What am I thinking? Oh, okay. So, anyways, I finished the short story I was working on. It is. I don't know if you guys are curious about this, but Gabriel and it is theoretically set in the same universe as the D&D campaign I'm planning that hopefully one day we'll get to play. So I did that. Now the question I have is, I mean, if you guys want to look at it, we can look at it. So real question. Okay, I'll throw this out there because I'm always curious about this, especially young people. No, it's fine. It's fine. You know, I'm actually kind of glad you told. I'm actually glad you told us about that. See, because it would be really frustrating if we played one game and then we had to skip like 3 weeks. So I'm glad you just told us all the things you can't do. Because if it all works out, we'll be able to just play continuously from there for a while until probably everybody gets busy. Yeah, so there's no... Okay, so here's a question. Here's a question for you guys. What type of story would you like to see? Like, what type of story would you like to see me write? I don't know. Because I've got the story. Because I wrote this short story. The problem with all this stuff is... Sorry, for some reason I'm a little frazzled today. The problem with all this stuff is there's a little part of me that wants to try and get some of these published through, like... magazines that would pay me money to get them published. But, I don't know, that's become a hard... There used to be a lot of them, and there's less of them nowadays. So, what type of stories have you guys been reading? And it doesn't have to be books. Just what type of... Like, what have you been watching or reading or playing in the last few days? I mean, do you guys want to... You guys want to hear the story I wrote? You know, loose comedic, you know, style. No, I'm just curious, cause you know, you guys. Yeah, I've been mostly writing fantasy these days. I could write other things. I do have a sort of a fantasy project, a new fantasy project I'm working on, but it's gonna be like, I don't know. This is probably gonna turn. If I finish it, this will probably turn out to be a full book. And I was kind of hoping to focus on short stories for a little bit, but yeah. I don't know. Comedy mixed with fantasy, but I take it kind of seriously, but not seriously at the same time. Do you guys want to hear it? Hear the story I wrote. It's not. By the way, this isn't the scenario you guys are going to go through. This is a. So this is basically just using a similar idea of the app, but going in a different using it for a different scenario than the one I have planned for the game. Than the one I have planned for the game. This is a different scenario. Yeah. Well, partly because magazines are really looking for Flash pieces at this moment, and I'm like, okay, we can do Flash. Yeah. Well, I was gonna wait for Gabriel to come back. No, modern life isn't getting any easier. It's not like in the old days, in the golden age of adventuring. You sign up, you do a lot of exciting killing and looting of monsters and evil wizards, and then that would be the end of your day. Cities have expanded, cutting into forests, while wizards have transitioned from robes to suits. Even our modern monarchy is comparatively modern and quite beautiful in that it does very little. What about you? Stuck, needing some extra cash, looking for a new journey in life? That used to be so easy for everyday adventurers. But now most aspiring adventurers admit they maintain a second job because adventuring is only a side gig. But that's why we're here, to help bring back the old world just a little bit with our new app, Adventurer. It's for people who desperately need adventurers to do things. Feel free to peruse it and sign up for 1 or 2 missions, or join a group that needs a few members to handle even larger quests. It's up to you, friends. She said. She had been up all night, mindlessly scrolling on her phone, when the ad had rudely paused her audiobook. It interrupted her being sad and stalking her college friends' social media pages, mostly Dale's new girlfriend. Never click the ads, that's the rule. Never engage with apps like this, as it gives them access to your money and time. Yet she did, because she was all the things it mentioned, and she figured, why not? The second she opened it, a pleasant and commanding voice with a soothing imperial accent popped up. "Hello, friend," it said. The light blue small dot with wings nearly blinded her corneas as it started to bounce around her phone screen. "Hi, can I get your name, please?" said the AI. "Lanny," said Lanny. "Wow, what a beautiful, wonderful name," it said. Her phone then took a quick picture of her, which she found quite shocking. It also annoyed her because she didn't look perfect as she was blinking, and it also made her look like she had a double chin. "Can I take that again?" Lanny said. "To prevent fraud, you must call a live operator to get approval to change your picture." "Does that mean talking to someone?" "Yes!" "Never mind then." "Wonderful!" A small profile using that uniquely awful picture of her popped up. Then the AI asked, "Now, could you please tell me your experience relevant to the adventuring lifestyle?" Lanny searched through her brain. Had she done anything? Then she remembered. Oh dear, she remembered. Being around 10 and insisting that she take a sword fighting class because of the Dark Star movie she had just seen. It featured Elena, who looked exactly like her and who had already taken a sword fighting class. Damn it. Sorry. Lanny knew she was going to be the greatest sword fighter in the world, but after 3 months of training, she lost her first fight, so she never returned to the sport. I spent 3 months fencing when I was 10. "Excellent," the app said, positively giddy. "You have received a single-star rating, Lanny. Thank you. You are just starting your new journey out in life and experiencing an exciting new world." With that, the app opened. It was a swirling list of complaints from across the city. One read, "Help, I'm being attacked by a skeleton man." Another complaint came from a skeleton man. "Help, a muscle man is attacking me." Muscle men were very similar to skeleton men, but instead of a walking skeleton, they were a walking muscular system. Those were each rated 3 stars, but in the middle, she saw one rated 5 stars. "Help, a giant lynch king." Just gonna ignore that one, Lanny thought. All of them seemed too big to deal with, especially tonight. Thank you. What she had hoped for was a 1-star rating, so she scrolled and scrolled until she finally saw it. "Hello? A giant rat is attacking my convenience store, and I would greatly appreciate your help in getting this awful thing out of me." Sounded like something Lanny could do. She agreed. "This job starts in 20 minutes. Wait. What had she had done? She had agreed to go somewhere at 2 o'clock in the morning to fight a rat? She could feel the couch sucking her in even deeper, her whole body being absorbed into the sofa. This would be an easy life, being a couch. No. Despite it all, she was pretty sure she wanted to be a person, so she made a valiant effort to get up. A truly heroic effort. "I never want to get up. I want to sit here forever, then die," she said. She did get up, and quickly changed with all the energy left in her body. She pulled back the drapes and touched the window, finding it ice cold. She put on a thick wool pea coat that Dale had liked to wear, and as he repeatedly repeated, it was the exact type he had used in the it was the exact type they had used in the war. She would also need a weapon. Oh no, she would need a weapon. Wasn't if she had one lying around. Who had weapons anymore? She looked through her closet to find something, anything that would work. There was a lot of old books she had never bothered to read, and art supplies that hadn't been touched in months. But what did she have to protect herself from a giant rat? Nothing, she said. Her eyes then wandered over to the window. Mostly because there was a minotaur across from her who did not like to close his blinds when running in the nude, she had hung drapes. They didn't come with the apartment. She pulled over her kitchen stool to the window, got up on it, and grabbed the rod that was holding them up. It was a thick, solid wooden rod, about as tall as her, big enough to smack anybody. Taking it down did mean that the drapes fell violently to the ground, and she got a good view of the naked minotaur, who in the months since she had installed drapes had taken up dancing. Still, she had a solid weapon. She spun the wooden rod gingerly, and it didn't totally slip out of her hands. Good enough, she said. It's one of the few voices I can do. It was a wonderful time of year when the snow covered the trash bags, making the city look... Anyways, that was the first chapter. Yeah. It was a wonderful time of year when I could go on. There's some I noticed some writing. I'm like, oh, I could do better than that, but I don't know. What did you think so far? Yeah. It was that wonderful time of year. That's good. We'll go a little bit more. It was that wonderful time of year when snow covered the trash bags to make the city look like a winter wonderland. It was cold, not in the fun way of being cold. There wasn't a slight chill in the air that made it feel like it was gently lulling her into freezing to death. No, this was the other kind of cold that was actively trying to kill her as fast as possible with high winds. As she made her way through the streets, there were the sudden drops in temperature, so her body never got used to it. Still, she had made a promise, and she was a tiny bit scared to let the app down, so she made her way to the train station. The job was in Blighttown, which was not walkable from her downtown apartment. She'd have to take the train, which was easy enough to get to, but scary enough to ride, especially this late at night. No, she said to herself quietly. It was train number 5, and for Lonnie it was a big ask to ride that in the morning. It went right up by the Combat Wizard College, and on the weekend, that was an even bigger ask because it would be full of drunken wizards who had been out partying. The last thing she wanted to deal with was drunken wizards. Screw it, she said, and ran to the train station. Yes. That's a little... Yes. The halfling operating the ticket booth... Okay, anyway. The halfling operating the ticket booth was paying quite close attention to its phone as Lanny approached the small ticket counter. She was always overwhelmed with the choice of trains. There was a lot of different types of trains to transport a lot of different types of people throughout the city. The most expensive and exclusive type of train, the one that rich executives with their expensive suits all travel in, are called shifter trains. These are trains that can easily travel in different dimensions and allow any discerning business person to sit in them in relative comfort and style for as long as they need to get all their important business stuff done. By the time they got off the train, what was a couple of hours for them to get to their important business things done was only seconds in the rest of the world. Lanny was not traveling on one of those. She wasn't traveling on any of the trains that were powered on their own. She was traveling on a spirit dragon train. A spirit dragon train is a train that is pulled by a giant and powerful spirit dragon summoned forth by a wizard. Exciting and flashy as it may be, spirit dragons are temperamental beasts who go at their own pace and own direction, and time on these trains is unpredictable to say the least. But what wasn't predictable was how cheap they were compared to the rest of the trains. And that's what Lanny needed. One spirit dragon, one for the spirit dragon to Blighttown, Lanny said. The halfling piped up from its phone and studied her face intensely. Why would anybody go there at this time of night? She asked. I don't know, said Lanny as the halfling handed her her ticket. The platform was thick on the ground with people. Lanny had hoped it would be mostly abandoned, but it was Saturday night and she remembered that people actually like to go out and do stuff on a Saturday. She sighed and tried to find a place to sit down. No luck. No luck there. Every possible seat was occupied by some form of humanoid. She gave up and found a comfortable bit of wall to lean back against. She got busy trying to pull out her phone when she heard the eerie, quiet sound of a glass armorcordia in the distance. A lot of different types of musicians came to the train station to busk, but there were so many people to hang out with. There were lute players to news flute musicians, and almost any type of instrument in the 9 continents had been played there. The quiet and gentle weeping of the armorcordia drew Lanny into it. The player was off in a side corner. He was a dwarf with dark black hair tied into a bun, and a well-groomed and well-maintained beard. His eyes were fixed on the instrument. The armorcordia is a strange and quietly beautiful instrument. It's made up of numerous glass bowls, each in descending size. And through those glass bowls is a rotating metal pike which slowly moves around. The speed of the pike is controlled by a small pedal that the player was operating. The music comes from when the player dips their hands in water and then caresses the sides of the bowls. It produces the lovely wail. The player's hands dance over the cups so fast it was hard to distinguish any of the fingers in the blur of his hands. Still, when she did get a clear look at them, they were dancing in and out the way a dancer does. His fingers were so fast at it, and his head and body were so in time with the harp, that it made it hard for her to forget for a second that the glass harp was not an instrument of boogie, but was like listening to a chorus of ghosts singing the melodies of sad breakup songs very politely. I had vaguely planned for her to be an elf, but I never fully decided on that. But probably one of the more common ones. Like, she's either an elf or human or a dwarf, Because she's supposed, Never doubt the body's ability. Anyways. Welcome back. Do you want me to keep going? I was just reading. Yeah, something. I don't know. I didn't fully decide. She's not like any of the more imaginative ones. She's just kind of like because she's supposed to be kind of she's supposed to be an every woman sort of character. I can keep going if you want. I've been writing too many orcs, so I needed a break from orcs. I wanted to do something a little different. Never doubt. Yeah. An insert. Somebody who is relatively, more of an every woman, like an every woman, every man, character. Just somebody who is, the audience is supposed to sympathize with them because their experiences will be the most similar. Yeah. Oh, I just spent so much. Hey, you have no idea how long I've spent writing that book about orcs. I needed a tiny bit of. Yeah. I'll probably add orcs back in at some point, but I just needed a little break. But yes, orcs are the best. Uh, I wanted to introduce you to the second main character, but never doubt the the body's ability to find a beat to dance in any song. Lanny's shoulders were grooving to the harp's eerie wails. The player smirked slightly at her, causing his moves to fall out of rhythm. His fingers ran up against the razor-sharp side of the blade and split itself open. Lanny and the player were too busy grooving to notice the glass bowls turning a bright shade of red. "Ah!" she said. "What?" said the player, who finally looked down at his blood-soaked instrument. "Oh, Don," he said, laughing to himself. Are you okay?" The player held up his bleeding hand and waved it off. "No worries," he said, using the other hand to pull out some band-aids from his bag and apply them with delicate precision. "The risks of trade." "Are you sure you're okay?" said Lanny. He held up his hand and started the song again, but made a few mistakes. Lanny took a step towards him. She had no idea what she could do to help, but she made the step. "Pishka, please," he said. Tucking his cut finger under his thumb, he started up, as if nothing had happened. "The fifth to Blighttown is arriving," announced the PA. Lanny wanted to see if he was okay, but she did need to go, and all she could think was to toss a guy at 10. Anyways. So, there's that. There's a lot more. We haven't even met the second main character yet. I know you weren't here for this. That was my short story, Gabriel. That I wrote for class, and it's also sort of an extension of the D&D campaign I'm planning. Although, notably, they're so much complicated, but these are kind of in two separate universes, and the main deciding factor of the two separate universes is the one you guys are playing in has D&D branded content in, and the one I'm writing does not. You guys are playing in a variation of the Forgotten Realms, and this one is my own thing that I invented that is different. Even though it uses similar ideas and at times characters. Mostly so I don't get in trouble with wizards. From... Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gabriel, can I ask you a question? How's the writing going? Oh, Pencil! I did not see you. Pencil, oh my god, thank you so much. Sorry for not shouting you out when you followed, Pencil. I'm going to shout you out right now. I always feel bad when I miss somebody following me. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know. Something I wrote. Oh, thank you. I'm very appreciative of that. Yeah, I don't know. I always get nervous to read my writing on here, which is weird because I let you guys see me write it, but like usually people don't pay attention, so I'm like, it's okay. Um, Tell us a little bit about yourself. How dare you? How dare you have friends out? No, no, of course that's fine. No, no. I'm always worried when I make little jokes like that. I'm like, no, I totally understand. Like this is, the whole thing is like, you're free to go in and out as you wish. I don't know. Yeah. So what? Yeah. So that's kind of like what my writing is like. It's I don't know. I'm going for comedy, but you all, yeah. How dare I make a joke? I never make jokes on this platform. I'm serious all the time. I'm very sincere. We mostly talk about very serious issues at all points in history. Ugh. So yeah, if yeah, that's what my writing is like. I don't know. So I have another project I'm working on, which I had another idea, which it takes place in the same world but earlier, a little bit earlier, but it's but earlier in history. But that the way that that's going, yeah, yeah, it is. Well, this also takes place in the same universe as my wrestling story. It's just the wrestling story takes place earlier. It like takes place about 40 years earlier than this one does. I estimate by the time this story takes place, Luna would be in her 80s at this moment, whereas the story starts out. Yeah, the story, the book I'm writing with Luna, she's about 19. I don't know. It's fun. I complain about shared universes, but it's like fun to connect them all into one. Um, yeah, no. Luna, oh, no, I couldn't bear to kill Luna. I couldn't bear to do that. Luna lives, Luna lives a nice long life and gets a relatively happy ending. Um, you know, no, I could never bear to kill Luna. Um, I mean, she does die eventually, from old age, as all people must. But it's a good light. Yeah, I had vaguely thought if I like wanted to continue this 5 pennies. Ooh, okay. If I wanted to continue my story, or continue on. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, what? I see. Oh my God, Gabriel, you're so nice. We're gonna give you a shout out, Gabriel. Almost nobody's here, but you two are my real ones. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Am I not following you? How am I not following you? Okay, I'm following you now. Very good. Anyway, so how? Yeah, sorry. I mean, it's nice to talk about. No. What? No. uh, you may not. You may have been. You may do that already. That might already have sort of been a plan. Welcome back. Yeah. I mean, I definitely was gonna have that at some point. Yeah, maybe. Yes, that's definitely gonna happen. I was maybe even planning to have. I don't know. I don't want to like for the dean. Not my rube. Uh, yeah. I don't know. I like yeah. There's a few references. I don't want to like create like a terrible player D&D like a DM player character. I feel that I would be too tempted with that a little bit if I included one of the Skull Queens, but that's her last name, by the way, is Luna Skull Queen. Yeah, but having fun, Gabriel. But yeah. Oh, that's cute. Did I tell you guys that the kids here, some of the neighbor kids, set up a lemonade stand in our yard, which was very funny. It is right. And it's a name she picks, not yeah. It's fun talking about my own stuff. It's a name she picks, not yeah. It's a whole thing. It's her wrestling name is the Skull Queen. And that's kind of the name she starts going by in universe is the Luna Skull Queen, and that eventually just becomes sort of her family name. Because if you're curious, wrestling is weird in that you'll get randomly assigned a name. You'll get randomly assigned a name, sort of in wrestling, and then that just becomes your family name. Like there's a wrestler by the name of Arn Anderson, and his real name, and he was assigned that because he kind of looked like another. Yeah, that's a little bit where I got the idea from. He got assigned that because he looks a lot like another guy who went by Anderson. I forget what his Ole Anderson, I believe it was Ole Anderson. Now, neither of them are actually named Anderson. It's just the names they picked randomly. But because they kind of looked like each other, they were made brothers in wrestling kayfabe, in the storyline of wrestling. And because that's how he got over, he's just been Anderson for the rest of his life. And now his son is wrestling, and he goes by the name Anderson. It's very funny. Like, that can last for generations. You just randomly start going by the name of your wrestling character for the rest of your life, and your kids will take it up. Like, one of the most famous wrestling dynasties in America, at least, is the Von Erichs. And by the grace of all good things in the universe, we still have some Von Erichs running around. There's a whole story there. Terrible story there. But currently, the current Von Erichs are have been named that, and their real name is Atkinson. But their father, their grandfather, adopted that because of that. Anyways, it's very funny. What type of skull for okay? What type of cookies did you make? Anyway. Andre the Giant had a daughter who did some wrestling, but she was never a big deal. But there are several people who have claimed. I like that, the Fisticuff Dynasty. I like that. There are several people who have in universe claimed to be sons of Andre the Giant. Which I find funny. Let's see. Oh, because it's just weird to randomly claim that you're the dad. Your dad is some random guy you've never met. Like, Paul Wright here, aka The Big Show. His early gimmick was that he was Andre the Giant's kid. Let's see. There we go. That's well, yeah. His early gimmick was he was Andre the Giant's kid, and there's always. There's always been a few. There's always been a few people who have like claimed they're Andre the Giant. Anyways, I was thinking about that wrestling in a fantasy term. It would kind of, yeah, it kind of would on. I think if I did a version of Andre the Giant, well, Luna is a little bit of a yeah. Yes, he did. It's called The Big Show Show. I would make it. I would make him more of a. I'd make him like a legitimate person with like gigantism, instead of like just somebody who's naturally tall. Oh, it's a little hot. I have to take off. Like the point. Anyway. Yes, he did. It's called The Big Show Show. It was on Netflix. I'm always quite surprised how good looking he was when he was a younger guy. Like that's what he looked like when he was young, and he got quite doughy when he was older. Not that I'm one to say, yeah, this one, yeah. The Big Show. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, yeah, Big Show, yeah. Partly I was excited, yeah. Now, sorry, so yeah, so I have a few things. Yes, he is, because it's still really hot. It's still incredibly hot right now. Man, you're always stuck at number 2. Hey, I don't know how you can get out of that. Tato always snipes your number 2, your number 1 spot. Of course I know who Orange Cassidy is, Gabriel. Of course I know who Orange Cassidy is. I love Orange Cassidy. How dare you even play the greatest wrestler of all time? Do you know who? Have you ever heard of Orange Cassidy? Let me show you the universe's greatest wrestler. I'm gonna get in trouble for showing it, but that's okay. I'll mute it, so hopefully I don't get in too much trouble. This is Orange Cassidy. Yeah. Now, prepare yourself for a torrent of violence and physicality you've never seen. A human being of such pure, raw, unadulterated destruction. Orange Cassidy is about to rip and tear through every opponent he sees. There is a reading of wrestling. That it's all about men trying to physically, like male wrestling. It's all about men trying to physically dominate each other. Let's see. Oh, of course, all of people fucking love Orange Cassidy. Yeah. I don't know if you get the bit yet with Orange Cassidy, is that he just doesn't do anything, really. Ooh, that's a good... Let's see. See, the thing with Orange Cassidy is... this is the thing, I think... If I could, this is the thing that, like guys like Jim Cornette don't get, is that Orange Cassidy has a fairly well-developed sense of wrestling psychology. And it's like people... It's like... It's like... Oh... Which, I don't know, that always bugs me, like when Cornette says, oh, they don't understand psychology. Like, no, this is... Look, like Cassidy understands it pretty well. It's pretty good storytelling, and Cassidy can clearly go physically when he really wants to. Yeah, exactly. Rhea Ripley is pretty great. Let me... Oh, you... Hey, you just got number 1! This is turning into me talking about wrestling, which is... Cornette. Cornette is a okay. So Jim Cornette is nowadays a podcast host, but he's a very important dude in the history of wrestling, just generally. And I both have like deep respect for Cornette and all the things he's managed to accomplish in the wrestling industry, and don't necessarily disagree with him in all his takes, but he does have some pretty like I'm going to be honest, pretty obnoxious takes at times. And like one of them is like they don't know how to get over, they don't know how to get over anymore, and I'm like, let me yes, yes, but let me show you uh, AEW's biggest female star. So Rhea Ripley is arguably the biggest female star, is the biggest female star in the world. But this is let me just to give you a hint of there's always great. Let's see. Let me find a good one. I don't want to get copyright strike. The wrestling companies love copyright striking people. That's why I don't want to like get in trouble. Let me see. Here we go. We'll find. Anyways, okay. Let's see if she has any. Yes. I haven't been really keeping up with AEW. Is she? What? Oh shit! Is this your friend's mom? Is this your friend's mom? Right here. I mean, she's cute, yeah. That's very cool. I guess she's doing some. Uh, yeah. Anyway, sorry, that's a little bit of wrestling, but yeah, wrestling's fun. Wrestling's really cool. It's fun. I think it's. I was writing an essay about how wrestling in some ways is the world's greatest performance art, and things that are done in wrestling. I had an essay I was working on, things that they do in wrestling on nightly would be perceived as high performance art if it was done in a museum. But I never. I don't know. I've tried to write. I've been trying to write a few essays just to get the experience with it, but anyway, yes. Yeah. So speaking of, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. These are one of these. You know, sometimes I have these things planned out, and sometimes I'm just like I'm just gonna do whatever I feel like. We could do some writing. Do you know who? Um, I mean, I have something. Did you ever see that movie Fighting with My Family? So, Fighting with Family is it's a movie about a wrestler. Fighting with My Family is a movie about a wrestler by the name of Paige. She was a real. She's a real wrestler. It's vaguely what Gabriel was referring to. If you're curious, it's an okay movie. That's Paige. I know she streams on Twitch quite a lot now. I have. Uh, I have. I know. I know it's about. I was all excited to see that, and then the the revelations about Shia LaBeouf came out, and I was like, oh no, it'll be awkward. Yeah, wrestling is fun. I really enjoyed learning about it and writing about it. I need to. I don't know. So the problem I'm having right now with Luna is, yeah. Did he see it? Did you see that movie? What did you guys think of it? So the problem right now I'm having with Luna is every time I try and work on it, I get a massive headache, and I can barely look at it for 5 minutes before stopping. So that's what's holding up. That's what's holding up my desire to work on that story. Uh, what did you think of it? Um, I know I got some good notes for that, but you know I don't know anybody with Down syndrome, so I know it's about wrestling. I think I know it's about him wanting to become a wrestler. The main. See, I always have trouble. I always have trouble with that because it's like it's hard for me not to think about it at times, which is wild because it's like there's so many. There's a lot of bad people who, yeah, yeah, that's good. Yeah, yeah, I should watch that. It's good. brother has very. Who's your brother's favorite? Who's your brother's favorite wrestler? Do you know? Yeah. It's something to get. Wrestling is really great because it's like part of the reason wrestling is really fun and wrestling isn't is because to really get it, you have to understand, like, I'll wait till you get back. Yeah. Gabriel, I've never asked you this. Who's your favorite wrestler? Is mine Rhea? Probably, probably working right now is Rhea, but I mean, yes. No, that's a good pick. Yes, he would be a very good wrestler. Let's see. Maybe my favorite. You know, who my favorite is goes back and forth. Like, I like Cody, but I like one of my favorites is Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I like Bull Nakano. I like. I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. I like the Undertaker. I used to really like Ric Flair, and then let's see who else. Dusty Rhodes. Antonio Inoki. Rey Mysterio. Oh, Jushin Thunder Liger. Jushin Thunder Liger is somebody I really like. I'm kind of obsessed with Jushin Thunder. This is rather chill. It's just kind of you, me, and A, and we're just chatting. That's fireworks, by the way, if you're curious what that sound is in the back. Whipper Billy. Billy. Oh, jeez. Wow. I thought I knew pretty much everything. Tell your brother I am impressed. I am impressed with the depth of his knowledge. This is. He picked a wrestler born in 1915. Wow. I thought you maybe were. I thought maybe you were Billy Whipwreck. Was who I thought you were gonna. I thought. Who? Wow. I did. I thought I had a decent handle on Billy Whipwreck. Billy Whipwreck. Man, I thought I had Billy. No, it's Billy Whipwreck. I almost realized. I mean, I like Stone Cold. Anyways, this is okay. Oh, Bret Hart. Right. Wait. Oh. Whiplash. Sorry, I'm being stupid. It's yes. No, it's Billy Whipwreck. I'm just forgetting. Ugh, this is me not being able to spell things. No, it's Mikey. Ah, I knew I was forgetting how to say it. Mikey. Mikey Whipwreck. Yes, that's how it is. Yeah. So I was totally wrong. Anyways, sorry. Yes. Yes, there should be. Uh, most insane things ever. Yeah. That I don't know. Vince McMahon. It's pretty wild. I Yeah, I have actually seen, no, I don't know if I've actually seen them. There's a little part of me is like I don't want kids being sold Vince McMahon. Like I don't want kids to know who Vince McMahon is. Nobody should. Um, but yeah, no, those are fun. Yeah. And then it was good. I don't want. No. Yeah. You have strong childhood memories associated with Vince McMahon. One of the creepy. I don't know. They're both pretty contemptible figures, honestly. Trump is the more damaging one, but I can't imagine Vince McMahon, if he had got the power Trump had, wouldn't be doing very similar things. Um, it is funny that like Donald Trump is in the WWE Hall. I mean, McMahon is like a conservative ghoul in his own right, so. Um, oh no! By then, kayfabe was exposed. Uh, Kayfabe was exposed, I believe, in the early '90s. Um, okay, so it is a sport. It's just a very rigged. No, it's. I don't know. You do get wrestlers who are very like defensive about that, and I think it's fair because it's like ah I think it's fair because it's like a wrestler would always comment, and I think this is very fair. It's like there's nothing fake about what they're doing. It's like wrestlers get injured, they get hurt all the time, just as much as legitimate athletes or like. But It's predetermined. I can see behind me. Like what? I can see behind me. You guys know I'm looking at my anyways. Um. Okay, serious question from you guys. Since you two are the most loyal ones, some serious questions. Um. What type of things do you look for in a story? Gabriel A. Is like. What type of things do you look for in a story? Yeah. Do you know? Hey, have I ever showed Mikey Whip? I can't believe I was like, is it Billy? No, I like Mikey Whipwreck a lot as a wrestler. I like. Do you just to go on a random? No, go ahead. Whatever type of fiction you're consuming. why I like Mikey Whipwreck as a wrestler is well, one, he's very good, but two, Whipwreck is funny because it's kind of weird because he was kind of the protagonist of wrestling for a minute. And so wrestling by its very nature is like, is an ensemble piece. There's never really one main guy. It's always like a collection of different stories. But Whipwreck is fun because the story with Mikey Whipwreck is that Triple H, not Triple H. Sorry, I was just looking at him. Paul Heyman, who the head of ECW, which is the most important, arguably the most important wrestling company of all time in America, saw him. It's this kid. Saw him. He was like an 18-year-old kid. And his job was to break down different risk. Heyman. So Mikey Whipwreck was just kind of like a PA, and his job was to disassemble the wrestling ring and like the stage at the end of every show. But he was in training to be a wrestler, and he and his friends would do wrestling moves at the end, like for fun while training wrestling moves. And Paul Heyman saw that, and he was like, "Oh, actually, Whipwreck is pretty good." And so the story is that Whipwreck is kind of this kid who got thrown into this weird, bizarre world of wrestling, and through accident keeps getting championships through accident, and like twists of fate keeps getting through championships, and to the point where he becomes the ECW champion. And the story is he's just like this dorky kid who now has to deal with these like insane people. And the trick is that one, Whipwreck was really quite good. He's kind of, let's see. Yeah, he's kind of a he's kind of a modern version of wrestlers. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So let's do this. What type of stories interest you? What type of things interest? What were the last things you watched? Yeah. Yes. One of the great fight scenes in history. I love that movie. What were the last few things like? I don't know. I'm trying to pump you guys for information because it's like I'm just gonna. Yeah. Magic superheroes. Okay. I've been wanting to do a superhero story, so I already have an idea for a superhero story, but it's really complicated. Okay. Yeah. It was okay. Let me find. I love Keith David too. Guys. Okay, what is I don't even know what that is. I'm sure it's something really obvious, but oh, How to Train Your Dragon. Yes. Okay. Do you like My Hero Academia? I do find it funny with My Hero Academia. How was the live action movie? I do find it funny that well, it's popular. The problem with like doing a hey Stephanie, we're just we're just talking about stuff people like these days, and I'm just trying to get a sense of what everybody's reading. You can say if you don't liked it or not. I don't care. I'm just trying to get a sense of what people are into these days because I have a few ideas for projects, but I don't have enough of. I just want to see what people are into because maybe I can base stuff off of that. Do you like superheroes, eh? Stephanie, do you like superheroes? Um, and also, how's it going? Okay. I haven't watched that one yet just because it's like. Okay, so. Very good. He's my favorite too. Although, tied with Spider Man at this point. Either Spider Man or Batman is my favorite nowadays. Both also historically have entered quite a weak period in their writing in the comics, but um, I still like them as characters. I haven't read the new Ultimate Spider Man stuff. I probably should. That's probably what I want. Okay. Well, I have to go to the bathroom, and then I will tell you my theories on My Hero Academia. That's interesting, Gabriel. See on YouTube, see on Twitch, they still got 8 seconds, but here on YouTube, okay, you got a few seconds of me looking. Anyways, love me a good supervillain. Although these days, would you really count Harley Quinn as a supervillain? More of an anti-hero than anything. Yeah. Have you ever read the comics? Hey, the Miss Marvel comics. The Miss Marvel comics are really good. With Kamala Khan. Those were really charming. I really liked those. Honestly, Kamala was honestly the best written comic for a while out there. Anyways, it's hard. You know, it's hard because, like, I'm gonna throw out a thing. My Hero Academia, I think is good, but it honestly comes off like a little bit of an idea. I think of it was like Naruto mixed with X-Men, and that's a perfectly fair and reasonable thing to do, but it's, I don't know, it's hard because it's like, if you do a superhero school, then it's just X-Men plus something. X-Men kind of got to that idea first, and it's hard to really do variations on it without being directly compared to it. I don't know. I had an idea about doing a superhero series, and the basic premise was that we kind of compare superheroes to sort of like actors and stuff, in that it's actually very, I don't know. I had this whole idea. It's like, okay, it's like, anyways. I'd like to do a superhero series, but I just, I'm sort of, if I can't come up with like a unique take on it, I have trouble figuring out what I want to do with it. And the problem is, I know superhero stuff too well at this point. I know superheroes too well. I know how they operate too. And it's like, I'm too entrenched into it. Sometimes I like doing genres where I have less emotional attachment to things. With superheroes, I have a lot of thoughts about how I want them done. But would you guys like a superhero? Would you guys like some superhero stories? Can you guys hear me? But okay, so I what I'm getting a sense from is that everybody likes superheroes, which is correct. It is empirically correct. Superheroes are great. I don't think people are like, superheroes are done. Like, no. What? If I could go on just a tiny bit of a rant. You know, people are always like, superheroes are done. Everybody's over superheroes. We're never over superheroes. Here's the thing about superheroes. Superheroes have always, throughout their history, ebbed and flowed in popularity. But people never got sick of them. They just, like, there's times when they were more prominent and times when they were less prominent. And we're probably at the moment right now where they're a little less, where they're less prominent now. You know? We're in a less prominent time, but they'll come back. They always come back. Remember in the 90s, superheroes were the biggest thing in the world, and then nobody cared about them for a while. We're just at a period right now where, like, superheroes, you know, everybody's seen a lot of them. And so people aren't as interested. But, I mean, I'm excited for the new Superman movie. I've always been, like, in Snyder versus James Gunn, I've always been on the side of James Gunn. Like, I always liked James Gunn more than Snyder. I always thought Snyder was really overrated. Okay, so superheroes are something that's popular. I could just do my app idea with no. I'm not going to do that. That's repeating an idea. Mm. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Did you, if you can, I don't know if you could, but the Miss Marvel comic series are really great. Miss Marvel is a good comic because it's one of those comics that you can just go into blind. You don't need to know anything about like the rest of the comics. It's just a good starting point series. The Miss Marvel stuff with Camila, because it's just like you know, we issue one is just her getting her powers. Unfortunately, there's a really stupid thing they did recently with Khan. It kind of hurt. Not her, but just yeah, yeah, yeah. That is true. Yeah, yeah. There's a comic. There's an older comic. I believe it's called Normal Man, and the premise is that he it's a reverse Superman where an incredibly normal guy was sent to a planet full of superheroes, and he's the only person in the world who doesn't have powers. Well, here's an interesting thing. I don't think we've really had a, a true classic book, like a literary book that's a book, a prose book. You know, there's plenty of classic comic books, but there has been a classic prose book about superheroes, really. Do I have? Let's see. I have. Do I have it here? I'm always missing it. Um. Yeah. Do you guys? You know, George R. R. Martin has a book series called Wild Cards, which is about a world with superheroes. That an alien creates a world, an alien crash lands on Earth and creates a world full of superheroes. He's a fun guy. Um, and let me find it. And that's pretty fun. Couldn't find. I have it somewhere. I couldn't find it. I did find this. Um, I read this book cover to cover when I was a kid. This is Batman No Man's Land. My parents were very happy that I was reading a book instead of a comic book. Batman No Man's Land is, if you've never heard of this particular story, what happens is a massive earthquake hits Gotham and essentially turns it into a post-apocalyptic. There's some plot stretching that they have to do, but it essentially turns it into a post-apocalyptic world, and uh, and uh, and now law has totally been destroyed, and it's up to Bruce and several of the Bat friends to try and bring law and order to what is now a lawless town. It was also my first introduction to the character of Cassandra Cain, who became my favorite Bat character when I was a teenager. I think it. Yes, I know. I was trying to remember. I forgot what the name was. Bat Family, yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, but but the point I had was like there hasn't really ever been a truly great superhero novel that makes full use of. I don't know. Superheroes are such a natural fit for comic books. It's hard to put them in other mediums without struggling a little bit, you know. And novels particularly are very hard because it's all, novels are mostly interior things. Trying to, you guys have got me thinking now of how to do this. I guess this is slowly turning into let me try and think in real time a story idea. I know this isn't much. That's a hard question. I don't know, Gabriel. With great difficulty. With great difficulty. That's the real answer. It's hard. It's really hard. You just have to. You just have. Doing it is about really, really thinking through your spatial reasoning. Um, it's a okay. Do you guys okay? Do you guys want to hear some fun, weird facts about? Yeah, exactly. Do you know that Robin? This is canonical. Do you know that Robin briefly dated Jubilee in comics? When Marvel and DC had a crossover, that was a thing. Uh, yeah, there was a cross. Marvel and DC had a crossover, and Robin and Jubilee dated for a bit during that. I believe it was Tim Drake, if I remember correctly. I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I get the Robins confused in my head a little bit. Yes. Uh, yeah, they were. Let me find it. So the premise is that there's so much lore involved with this, but yeah, basically DC and Marvel universe characters have to fight to see who would win, and Robin and Jubilee get paired up together, but they end up getting along really well, and they date for a bit, and then they have to fight. Yeah. And they have to fight for a minute. Yeah, they did. Um, yeah. You know what's funny? I'll throw this out there. You might be shocked by this, but there were several points in history where Marvel and DC almost merged into one universe. A couple of times in history, it almost happened that Marvel and DC became merged into one universe. Marvel more than once came very close to acquiring all of DC, and then just something happened. Let me see. There's some art out there of this. Yes, there's Marvel almost acquired DC. No, but it was literally just going to be that. It was going to be Marvel was very close to actually just straight up buying DC Comics. Warner Brothers, I believe in the 80s, was looking to sell. Yeah, but there is in fact a fusion DC Marvel universe. I've got the okay amalgam universe. If you're curious, there's the official amalgam universe, which was Marvel and DC fusing together. This blew my mind when I was a kid when I found this out. Marvel and DC fused together and created their own new characters. So, with the most notable, I think, being Wolverine and Batman fused together to become Dark Claw. Yes, they did. That would be Super Soldier. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. A little bit of underwhelming music. Yeah, there's Super Soldier. I'm gonna be honest. I think they kind of cheaped out on this, but yeah, it's just basic. It's just basic. It's just basically. Oh. Recently, I don't know. Just because it's just basic. Yeah, this is. Hey, Haven. Oh, we were just looking at the amalgam universe. If you're curious, for a brief moment, DC and Marvel fused their characters together to create new characters in a separate universe. And there was Dark Claw, which was a fusing together of Batman and Wolverine. This is Dark Claw. And this is Super Soldier, which is Superman and Captain America. No, I've just met Haven. We're just being cool. Hi, Haven. Welcome. Let's see. There's Spider Boy, which was Superboy and Pete Ross. honestly, not a bad. You know what? Out of all of them, I think this is. Oh, ugh. This is actually one of the stronger ones. Yeah, that's not terrible. I don't like the logo, but I like the general look. I could see this working for a Spider-Man-esque character. Hello, Haven. Yeah. We're just talking about superheroes. I'm trying to see what people here are into and what they might like. Because I finished a writing project, and I vaguely had a plan to try and write a cozy fantasy, but it's yeah. Uh, but yeah, so and we were talking about it, and what happened? There was a period in the '80s where Marvel came very close to acquiring the DC universe outright. And if that happened, the Marvel editor at the time said, "Yeah, they would have been merged together into one universe, DC and Marvel." We were this close, this close to getting that. I mean, I'm happy it didn't happen because that would have been, but does that mean? How's it going, Haven? Versus Batman versus Superman versus Spider-Man versus yeah. How much do you when do you guys think that Marvel and Star Wars is just going to merge into one universe? That's going to happen at some point, right? They're going to do a crossover of that at some point. Like, there's going to be like a twist. Nice. Yeah, exactly. That would be the easiest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like see. Do you know that DC random other things? Do you know that DC almost crossed over with Star Wars? Yeah. Do you know DC almost crossed over with Star Wars? Like, this was very close to happening. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. And this seems like a stupid cash grab, which may have well been. But it was going to be the art was going to be done by Alex Ross, and it was going to be written by Kurt Busiek, who, if you might not know those names, but those are two very important names in comic book history. Sapling! Oh my goodness! Sapling! Oh my goodness! It has been far too long. How's it going, Sap? The great music and singer of our time. Wait, am I seriously not home? It's great to see you again, Sapling. That's awesome. That's really cool. Do you want to link? You want to link your thing? Link your link. Sapling, sapling. You have been. How long have you been following me, sapling? You have been following me since Jesus 2019. That is a long time to have been following me. No, wait. No, not 2000. You've been following me since 2021. Yeah, no, you started your thing. And so good to see you again. How? Yes, 4 years. Yes. I've been doing this for about 5 years. So yeah, you're one of my oldest followers. So good to see you again. How is life? Eh. Link your link your link your link your commission portal. Congratulations. Must be fun. Yes, it does. You hate it? I did not. I, I did not know your mom streamed. How? When I last talked to you, sapling, you were. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was. That's how I started streaming because I was just bored during the pandemic. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. It'll be over before you know it. I'm so happy to see you again, Sap. It's so good to see you. Um, how's Minecraft these days? You mentioned that you. What was the last thing you mentioned that you were doing? You mentioned that you wanted to create. Okay, I'm remembering. I remember that you were in a role playing game. You were in a Minecraft role playing game where you were like the head executioner, if I remember. You're a professional builder now. You're a prof builder. Yeah, you being made of leather is so. Ugh. I have been encouraged by several people on here to give that I should give Minecraft a try. What do you guys think? Should I do Minecraft? Do it? Opus! Yes. I've played Minecraft before. you guys, you must understand that I'm old, and I have been around the block. Oh, it's so good to see you. Hey, yeah, you guys must understand that I'm old, and I have been around this block many a time in my life. I played Minecraft when it was still in beta. Of course I have. One second. Dare you say that? It's probably true, but I don't like hearing it. One second. Opus, look. No, I'm 33. I'm 33, guys. I'm in my early 30s. Come on. Yes. What's going on here? Why can't I? Give me. This is irritating me. One second. I've been trying to. I'm trying to pay for it, but. Okay. One second. I was 20. Yes, you did. I believe you did. I believe you did. I think I was 28 when I started streaming. One second. I'm just doing something in the back end. Okay. How's it going, everybody? Okay. Boop. I read and I read. Yeah. Oh. What? No, you can't. No. What? No. Yes. Yes. Sapling is doing art commissions. People go and commission her. Yeah, we gotta. Okay, good. Okay, good. I'm younger than somebody's parents. Ugh. I have to say, guys, it sneaks up on you. It sneaks up on you, age. I'm so used to, for pretty much my whole life, I was like the youngest person in the group for like years. And it is so awkward. It is so weird for me now to be like the older person in a group. Sure. Is that an insult? install it? Yeah. I'm confused. Did I install it? Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Ugh. The amount of... I hate having... One second. I hate having to log into stuff. Also, I'm going to change the name of this in a minute. Microsoft. One second. You know what I hate? I hate knowing my email and then they don't believe me. And I'm like, what? That's my password is that? Okay, one second. They're making me change my password. One second. Yeah. How dare you? Okay. One second. I am just getting things set up. Truth be told, I had been thinking about doing this today anyway, so. And clearly I'm not getting any writing done, so screw it. Why don't we? That was my old password. Why didn't you let me use... That was the password I was using. You said it was wrong. I hate having to log into things. It's very annoying. Okay. Let's quick change the... I'm just gonna... Okay, what should we call this? Oh! Sapling! I have to know. Minecraft movie. What did you think of it? What? What's funny is I feel like I'm a new person, but I have played quite a bit of Minecraft in my lifetime. Yeah. Okay. Okay, one second. Boop. There we go. Oh, come on. Come on, there it is. Ah, okay. And we're gonna change. Well, I was... Minecraft. I guess. Okay, and then I gotta do one more thing. Sorry, this is... I want to talk very extensively to everybody about what they're all doing, but I made this decision. It's my fault. Oh, come on. Oh, no, 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 no. Do not... Okay. One second. go check one little thing. I know many songs. This is almost the most irritating part of this song. Oh, screw it. Okay. It's not like you really need to listen. Or at least not like I need to listen. But I would. Oh, you just made me sign in. Why did you do that? Okay. Night. Okay. Playing. Yeah, I didn't get the expensive version. I got the cheap version. Okay. Welcome back! It's good to... Okay. That took much longer than I thought it was going to take. I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I'm waiting. You're going to be shocked how bad I am at this game. I must repeat to you, I'm not necessarily I'm not necessarily good at video games. Yeah, I was like 19 or something when this came out.
Press enter to enable the narrator.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we are officially... Woo! Look at it! I'm here! Yes, thank you. I'm like... Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Children will start repeating to you that they remember stuff from when... They have no memory of a life before... clear memory. Like, you guys know I was alive for 9/11, right? Like, 9/11 happened in my lifetime. Yeah, look at this unk. Yeah, I was like 5 when that happened. I remember very clearly that happening. Yes, it was. I was like 5 or 6 when that happened. That was an intense. Remember, thank you. Remember, I was living in the Middle East when that happened. Thank you. No. Okay. Here's how old I am. Here's how old I am. Here's how I'm going to throw another shocking thing about how old I am. I remember okay. There it is. I remember a time before Wi-Fi. I remember a time Wi-Fi was not a thing for me for most of my life, for most of my childhood. That was a more recent thing. I was like, how did I do it? Oh, I'm so stupid. Ugh. Okay. Right. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's convenient. Oh, the rock getting invented was a big deal for all of us. No, because Wi-Fi didn't exist yet for a long time. That's why. I'm not wrong, but remember, this is what you need to do, right? Ugh, what am I stupid? What am I missing? What? Hey! Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here's another thing. Cell phones. I actually was very late in adopting cell phones. I really fought getting a cell phone for a long time in my life. I didn't want to get a cell phone for a very long time in my life. Because I was edgy like that. Yes, I had dial-up. I had to use dial-up internet. Yeah. I know the basics, or I used to know the basics at least. Fuck is the not fuck flick? I'm at the crafting table. Okay, you're not going to judge me. How do I make a pickaxe in Minecraft? I know how to. Okay, fine. That's what I was doing. What? That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. I know. I don't. Okay, searching for games. Okay, let me add you again. Okay, one second. Where are you? Nope. Cancel. There it is. Join server. Yeah. Okay. I can do it. Yeah. There we go. That's what. Yeah. That's. Okay. Yes. There we go. I. Yes. Okay. Okay. I got it. I got it. I told you. Okay. I was clicking on the thing. And okay. Fine. Yes. I told you I was bad at this game. You guys didn't believe me. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I know what I'm doing now. Trust me. I had a senior moment. I had a senior moment. Okay. Okay. There it is. Okay. Boop. Okay. Okay. Now we're on to what I want to do. Okay, sapling. I I'm close. Okay. Boop. Okay. And we are recording. Oh, okay. It's good seeing you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Anyways, what was I saying? So, what? I will. I will. So tell me, Sap, what have you been up to? It has been, God, when was the last time we talked? It has been several years since we've talked. I'm curious what you've been doing. Yeah. I remember last time we talked, you and your friend were gonna switch places. Did you ever do that? Because you and your friend looked like each other, so you were gonna switch places. Damn it! Oh, that's awesome. Okay. No. Oh, I'm doing wrong. There we go. How do we know we're talking to the real sapling? What if we're talking to Sapling's friend? What if you two have lived? Yeah. You didn't get caught at all doing that? That's so funny. Ah. Okay. We'll let it go. Ah, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Now begins my true idea. That's fair. Oh, wow. This has really improved since the last time I played it. Okay, okay. No, no, no. I want to get up. I want to get up. I want to get up. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Okay. Okay, we'll start here. Well, my goal is to create a James Bond, like, a James Bond villain hideout. Ooh, okay, okay. Deep, deep beneath the sea. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, but we are. I've lost where I was placing these. Okay. There it is. Okay. Respawn. That's okay. What are you talking about? That I'm going to clearly screw everything up and it's going to take me forever? No. You shouldn't get that implication from me. Ah! Zombie! Ah, there it is. Oh, come on, come on, come on. No, 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 come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, 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 no. Ah! Aha! Okay. Oh, dang it. Okay, fine. Zombie, we'll fight you. No, 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 don't have time, don't have time. I'm doing it, I'm doing it, I'm doing it. I know what I'm doing, sort of. No. Oh, oh, Sam. Yeah, that's. No, Sam. Okay, okay. Or, no, no, oh. Oh, come on. There we go. Back, 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 back. Yeah. Ah. I know, isn't it frustrating to watch somebody play your favorite game badly? I mean, I'm having fun. I'm having fun doing this. I know somebody's attacking me. Oh, fuck off, OneDrive. Hey, I'm practically grandpa age. I know, it's true. One second. There we go. Back to game. You're supposed to die! You're supposed to... There we go. Oh, no, 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 no. Of course. True. You should know, I've never been that worried about being like an elite level video gamer. It's more about having just like just goofing around for me. Okay. Yeah. Baby sound. Yeah. No. What's funny is I've played this game. Yeah. Yeah. What's funny is I have played a lot of Minecraft. It's just been so long since I played it. I'm totally out of practice. Also, to be fair, I was never good at Minecraft. Like, okay. Boop. I'm having an incredibly amount of fun. Okay. Boop. There it is. Boop. Boop. Okay. What are you talking about? My expert building? No, it's fine. I'm fine. There we go. Okay. Okay. He started for a decade. He did, but he also never. But I also never really paid attention to it. But okay. 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 Oh, the you. Ah, son of a bee. Okay. No. Very truthfully, Sapling, I'm very happy to see you again. It's been. I'm very happy to see you again. It has been It has been very long, and people lead their own lives, and I would never demand that of anybody. But I'm always happy when old friends return. So, Sapling, tell me, besides the commissioning, what have you been up to lately? Five. Die, you zombies. Respawn. Oh my god! That's exciting to hear. What have you been writing? Tell me what you've been writing. I want to hear. Okay. Tell me about this. I want to hear about this. Oh, shoot. 1 second. Ugh. Because AutoMod sucks, and it let me see, let me find it. Let me find it. Oh, yeah, this is on me. Okay. Tell me about it. Okay. Well, you got possessed. Because people were using that word as a as an incendiary word, and I got sick of dealing because people kept using that word incorrectly, and I got very irritated by people. I got very irritated by people using that incorrectly, so I banned it. I would love to. I would love to. 1 second. I'm gonna change this back to writing, and then we can take a look at it. Okay, I'm going to be back. Sap, I'm going to be back in 1 second. I need to quick. Wait. Yeah, I know, it's very annoying. I'm going to be back in 1 second, then we're going to look over your thing, okay? And we will look over depth. Okay, but I need to be back in just 1 second, and I want to talk to more people. Hello. Okay. And we're back. I'm excited. Okay. Is there anything you want to tell me about the story? Good to know. So, randomly, my mom brought home some Whataburger for us. An Opus. Am I really older than your mom? I'm very shocked. Okay. Oh, shut up. OneDrive. No, No, I think I might be older than Opus's mom. Okay. Okay. One would expect Broken Teacup Opus, the other person here in the chat. One would expect. Okay. How long is this? Ooh, okay, nice. Okay. One would expect the world we call home to have ended in a blaze of glory, or a violent cry from the battles of war. But for me, it ended with a somber whisper, with no one left to even hear my fading breaths. But my story doesn't stop at the end of the world, nor does it begin there. It's all a matter of perspective. However, for those who care only about the more interesting adventures, I shall start after the ending and the new beginning. Oh. I had thoughts. I'm the same age as Jesus. I had thoughts of what what the afterlife might look like for me. Various fates could have awaited me with all my sins I have committed in that world, known as a server. I imagine the depths of the nether, a never-ending fight against the warden, falling through the endless abyss, although the one fate that never crossed my mind was another chance at life. The bright light of the sun shining down on my face, accompanied by its gentle warmth, was a sensation I have not felt for what I thought were months. The gentle spring breeze guided soft cherry blossom petals past me as I sat in the stone plaza of what looked like a town. This unfamiliar city, so strange in its construction, yet the city still held an air of familiarity. I could see old houses from the villages inhabited by the villagers from the original server I lived in. There was still something I was missing, a piece of the puzzle, momentarily forgotten about with the sudden shift in scenery. What had happened to me? Yeah, what had happened to me? I've experienced death many times before, but it has never persisted. As with the other players on my server, we had all had 3 canon lives. No one knows exactly how or why it came to be, nor does anyone have a definitive answer of why we can die more than 3 times in everyday life. The only answer we had gotten from the gods of the server was thus: anyone who died during canon events shall lose a canon life. It matters not if you are willing participant or simply just collateral damage. After that, there was only radio silence about the matter. Gravity's pull has always been my greatest enemy, always taking me to the realm of the dead, only to have me yanked back to the land of the living. With all my encounters with Lady Death and her angels, I had never once lost a canon life. Whether it be because of pure luck or stupidity, I have no idea. One thing is for certain. I should have lost 1 life, if not all 3, during the collapse. Yet I felt nothing like that of a lost life. Saw a flash of light when I was sitting in this very plaza. If I had learned anything from my time in the server I used to call home, is that you'll want a space to call your own before anyone tries to drag you into their schemes. In the distance, to what I assume to be the north, I spotted a beautiful mountain range. I'd always dreamed of living in the mountains before the collapse. Shame that the chance had never come to pass, at least in this server. Life, even. I can see my dreams of the past fulfilled. I believe now would be a good time to introduce myself. My name is Sapling Everglade. I am a dryad. Although I look more human than a normal dryad, I can assure you that it is where my heritage lies, as I still have the pointed elvish ears of my ancestors. Unfortunately, I'm rather short for a dryad, even compared to my human friends. I was always the shortest of the group. Unlike my height, I have rather long hair with color most like that of pistachio. I typically don a maxi dress with spaghetti straps and short sleeves of a similar color to my hair. Although I have thin leather waist belt over my dress, I mostly wear gladiator-style sandals. Although I lost one of my sandals many years ago and I never bothered replacing it. Other accessories, like my leather choker, are also on my person. Accessories also include a leather amulet on my left arm, 2 leather bracelets on my right wrist. My most favorite accessory is my prize branch crown that rests on my head. No, this works. If you want, I have some thoughts, but I'm enjoying this. It's dotted by the occasional leaf that never withers away, no matter how long they stay. Returning to the present, I stood up. Returning to the present, I stood up and brushed the dirt off my dress. I stood there for a moment until I remembered something. If this old village was changed, that means the other players have arrived before me. But how could that be? It had only been a minute since I was sitting in my old home. Hello! Entrare. Thank you so much. I appreciate this immensely. Thank you. Okay. Returning to the present, I stood up and brushed the dirt off my dress. I stood there for a moment until I remembered something. If this old village was changed, that means, the other players have arrived here before me. How could that be? It had only been a minute since I was sitting in my old home. Then I realized it wasn't only me still in that home. No one else had spoken to me for weeks before that. Not even my closest friends. I had simply assumed I had done something wrong, but I seemed to have found my answer. I brushed those thoughts aside and started my hike towards the towering snowy peaks. I will soon call my home. I walked through the small cherry blossom tree forest, descended to the valley below, and reached the ruined village at the base of the mountain. What fate had befallen the residents of this supposedly once lively town? I saw ransacked homes, some even without walls. I passed by market stalls that were crumbling, as if a slight breeze could turn it all to dust. This horrible sight, as much as it may be, was not a new sight, for I have seen such villages in my time. Although no matter how much I see it, I always mourn the loss of those who were lost during the town's destruction. After I passed through the vacant village, I started to ascend to the next mountain. The higher I climbed, the colder it became. The strengthening winds provided extra difficulty in reaching the summit of the mountain. However, when I reached the top of the snowy slope, I was proven wrong. There was no summit. Instead, there was a crater in the center, and in that crater was a meadow. The peacefulness of the lush blue and the yellow flowers contrasted with the howling wind meters away. Okay, I like those. The freezing cold. As I descended into the crater, the freezing cold kept ebbing at my limbs, away at my limbs, beckoning me to become one with the nature once again. I denied its calls and kept pushing forward. After I reached the meadow, the cold winds vanished, replaced with the welcoming warmth of the sun's rays. No, no, no. No, no, no. You have it. No, no, no. No. Don't think that. I've read. You have. This is this is much stronger than you. I've thought. I have good thoughts. I have good thoughts. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have good thoughts about this. You're doing many things correctly. There's some stuff you can improve on, but I'll say this: you're in a much stronger place than you think you are. Where I think of how such phenomenon was possible, I received a system of notification. The familiar sight of the gray holographic box appearing in my corner of my vision made me relax ever so slightly. As I read it, a wave of surprise and relief washed over me. I'm a little hungry. Shadow Flame. I sent you a voice call invite. I will admit, my first thought upon seeing that invite wasn't he was alive. They made it. No, it was my secondary thoughts. My first thought was seeing the notification I was so familiar with was about damn time. My initial hesitation. After my initial hesitation, I clicked the join button on the side of the box. Upon doing so, a new thing showed up in the top left corner of my vision. The small box that held pictures of me and Shadow's faces. Shadow's pale face and white hair confirmed it was truly him. The unmistakable red eye to his left and soft white eye to his right brought me back to the good old days. After a few seconds of silence after joining, Shadow began to speak. Where have you been? No, you first, I replied. I just got here after days without anybody talking to me. What's all this? My pent-up frustration of being abandoned now finally escaped my words as I spoke. He paused, carefully choosing his words. I'm choosing his words on how to respond. Okay. I'm going to make one thing. After what felt like an eternity, he responded, "We didn't abandon you. We moved to the next season of the server, you know? The server moved this season weeks ago." I froze. Waves of confusion and dread flooded my thoughts. Why hadn't I been moved with the others? Why had I been left on the server while the others rejoiced in new opportunities? Why was I abandoned in a desolate and ruined world with no one else other than my thoughts? Why me? Shadow interrupted my thoughts before I could spiral more. It was a simple question, but one that spoke volumes. Well, you're here now, aren't you? After a brief but noticeable pause, Shadow continued slowly. Are you... Sap, I have something to give you. With my thoughts steadied, I took in somewhat of what he said. Shadow wanted to know where I was, but also wanted to give me something. Something seemed familiar, so I searched my memory for what I was forgetting. Oh yeah, I had plans for this season. I wanted to work on all my stuff this time. An odd goal of mine might... Yes, however, okay, that's a little unclear. If you have stuff abandoned to you handed to you on a silver platter all your life, having stuff achieved by you makes it all the more important. That can be a little bit better. The words found me and I responded. I'm in the mountains just north of the spawn, I think. But don't bring me too much stuff. I want to work for my stuff this time. I want you to give me something. Tree saplings will do. All right, I understand. I'll get you an oak sapling then, Shadow replied. I won't be too long, but spawn's quite the distance from Alrea. Okay. I have all the time in the world to wait. Shadow muted himself in the voice call after that. I assumed... Hello! Again. Boy.
Should I take that away? Or you're still...
So we're gonna just put it here.
Or we could put the sheets on here.
Oh, yes, why don't you just do that? Yeah, that works. Okay. We're looking at Sapling's story.
Ooh.
Very nice, yes. Thank you. Yes, I would love a water. My dinner. Shadow muted himself in the voice call after that. I assumed he was either traveling or preparing the sapling. Likely both. I had no objections to the muting, so I did the same. I took in my surroundings a bit more now, the beautiful bowl shape of the mountain with the oasis of peace in the middle. Thank you, Mater. Yes, I did. A little bit of it fell, but it's fine. It's fine.
That's right.
No, it's fine. No,
Just leave it.
Yeah. It's fine. Most of it's safe. Just one piece fell. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. myself a little bit. Okay. Each step, a shiver, cold from the wet grass, ran through my ankles. Although I never once hesitated in stride. The center point was reached, and I sat down with my legs crossed. I closed my eyes and could feel the vibrant life energy of this metal held. My mind was flooded with an intense amount of life magic. Even for a magical metal, the amount of energy was almost overwhelming. My mind scrambled in search of a source of this abnormal energy level. It seemed to flow under the mountain. Before I could discover anything else, a figure appeared before me. Tall and slender. This tall, slender figure, which had landed so gracefully in front of me, nearly scared me out of my own skin. After I made my initial round of surprise profanity, I restored myself and remembered who this was. I cracked my neck open upwards to meet this man eye to eye. Messy white hair complemented his pale complexion. He wore a black suit vest with light red buttons lining the center seam. A poet's blouse was visible under his suit vest. He donned a large, long dark tailcoat with red buttons and that paired the suit vest. A black belt with silver lining wrapped around his waist over the tailcoat, and red rose buttress was attached to his tailcoat. Okay. He sported gray leggings, which were the color of ash, a pair of black ankle boots with silver chains in the back, complemented his look. Who stood in front of me was none other than Shadow Flame. My eyes locked with Shadow's as we had a brief stare down. It seemed my surprise reaction caught us both off by guard. Okay. First of all, nobody's allowed to say anything. Sapling, tell me, what do you like about your story? Before we go on, I want to hear what you liked about your story. I'm going to have a little bit of my sandwich. While you talk. Okay. Okay. Here's what I got some questions for you, Seth. What are your goals with this project? What are your goals with this project? Because I have some very big compliments for you, and then I have some stuff I think you could work on. In that order. Okay. Okay, so here's what I really like about this story. think you're very clear and concise in your writing, and I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, especially for people your age, that's a really big achievement. I understood what was happening in the story. It had momentum. It had momentum. I believe you successfully walked us into a world. Trust me. Trust me. I've read enough young people's... because of Twitch, I've read enough stories from young people to get a good sense of what the average young person's fiction is like, and you are above it. You are above it. You are in the right place. Yeah. Now we move on to, and the stuff you can work on is more advanced ideas. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. I'll give you a few points. Slow down a little bit. Stay in some of the moments. Like have her, like you just kind of pass by the destroyed village and her walking up the mountain, and both should be explored a little bit more. And your paragraphs are occasionally too long, and like these long descriptions of what people are wearing could be trimmed down. Those would be my notes. Like this thing right here. This is far too long. You can trim this down. And yeah, this is far too long. You can trim this down. And you introduce a few kind of big concepts. This is a trap younger people fall into, by the way, this is a common trap younger people fall into, by the way, is that they over-describe the outfits. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's very common. But yeah, this is long. This can be cut down. Yeah, space it out a bit. But yeah, I think you have the strong bones for a story here. But yes, listen to your mom, go to bed. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very common trap. It's fine. It's no worries. And I would, and a little bit, yeah, exactly. And my other note, before you go to bed, my one last note, have Shadow Flame's introduction be in the next chapter. Don't start chapter 2 with Shadow Flame's introduction. Honestly, yeah. That should be by itself. Okay, go to bed. Yeah. I actually remember you describing this idea to me at some point. Go to bed. Okay. Yes. I believe Sapling has just entered high school. You know what? We'll look at... I'll say this app. Look at this next time. Next time you're on, I'll look at this. I'd be more than happy to look at it next time you're on. We thought what? It's very good seeing you. Be right here. Sleep, young one, sleep. It's good seeing that for you again. I remember when she would stop by. Good seeing. It's good. You know, a few of the old old people who pop by have popped up here every once in a while. It's good. When I first started. Okay. Opus, how's it going? Good to see you. We haven't talked in far too long. Some days that's all we can hope for. I'm glad you're here now. Okay, let's. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, jeez. Look at Sapling's art. Look at Sapling's art. That's so beautiful. Oh, Sapling, you really got something. Yeah, it's really quite pretty. Yeah. Exactly. No, the story. Oh. I came up with that title for a stream a long time ago. Cool, edgy guy tries to write. And yeah, it's really quite pretty. Yeah. No, a Sapling story was good. I've read more than a few, because young people ask me to look at their stuff from time to time on here. And I've read more than a few young people stuff, and there's clearly people that need more work than others. I'll say that. Honestly, it's not always kids. I've read adults who seemingly can't remember to keep a story together. Some would accuse me of that, but I wouldn't. I would say I'm cool and edgy and can write super hip stuff. I hope I am. Um, yeah. I never really. It's funny. I know. I've got a few kids here. I never really intended for this to be like a kid stream. Just, anyways. So we were talking about this. So I finished a short story a few days ago, um, which has been nice. So Opus. Oh, okay. Opus. Yeah. Which was a few days ago, which was very nice. Yes, I appeal to views. Was not my intention, but I kind of thought like maybe college kids would pop up, but mostly young people. It's been quite entertaining. I was trying to. I was kind of trying to pick people's brains a little bit tonight about, because I have an idea for something of a cozy fantasy story, but it's probably going to be a bit too long. Yeah. College age. Yeah. Someday. Someday, Opus. Or not. Yeah. But right now, I need to focus. Oh my god, I'm going to sneeze again. It's gonna be a book. It's gonna be a book. I can already tell this needs to be a book. Maybe a novella, but it's gonna be longer. We're looking for about like 4,000 to 3,000. Yeah. So, but what's influencing me right now is that there's a magazine looking for cozy story, and also there's a secret part of me that thinks I could write cozy fantasy pretty well if I gave it the actual try. I've been trying to quiz people about what they would be, what story they would like. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out what people want. You guys, you guys are going to be probably the first people to read this. So I'd like to write something for you guys that you guys would enjoy, but I don't. And but unfortunately, I'm not sure what would sell exactly. I don't know. Um, have you have you been reading anything lately? Yeah. have you been reading? How's it? Yeah, what have you been reading? Okay. Okay. I mean, that counts. Oh, honestly, this. Honestly, you know what? I'll say this. Just reading the description of this. This doesn't look too bad to me. This doesn't look too bad to me. This looks like something I could get into. Yeah. Yeah. This looks like something I could. Nevada in Houston. A magical. Yeah, I was just looking at the description. Yeah, I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no. This seems like something of theory. No, yeah, this definitely seems like something I could get into. Noir. Yes, I'm very surprised by that. The D&D thing I'm planning is a very. The D&D thing I'm planning is a very noir-based story. Um, so actually, it honestly looks kind of appealing to me. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I just reading the description. I'm like, yep, no, this seems like something I'd be into. I kind of like these ideas. Yeah. And she sets it in Houston, and that's a big yes for me. Yeah. Did I tell you? I don't know if Kate Jenny has this. Okay, that looks kind of cool. Yeah. Is this another one? Okay, that also looks. Frankly, that looks kind of neat too. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, yeah, I might check her out. Just reading the description of it, I was like, no, this looks decent. Did I tell you the premise for the thing I'm working on? So I do like noir. I do like noir stuff. Yes, I do like noir. A lot of my stuff isn't. A lot of the stuff I write is very noir tinged, if not outright noir. Uh, yeah. Yes. Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait until my. I'll wait until I get an Audible credit. I'll give it a look. Okay, I'll give it a look. For you. No, I'll give it a look. No, I would have given it a look anyways. It looks good. It looks like it's something I would enjoy. So how was your friend's thing? So tell me about this thing your friend wrote. Young people, you're not here anymore, are you? Anybody who's underage, make themselves known. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh. What a... You know, it's funny. I don't think I've ever written like a sex scene for my story. I don't think I've ever written a single sex scene. You know what it is, Opus? I find it too uncomfortable to write. Because if I spend a lot of time with writing these characters, suddenly having them have sex feels so uncomfortable. I'm just like, I don't, no, ooh, I don't feel like I should be allowed to see this. How's it? What about you, Opus? How's your writing going? Uh, yeah, yeah. I just find it too awkward to be. I don't know. It's like you know, if you write a story long enough, it becomes like you get to know these people really well. Yeah, so, I don't know. Plus, I'm not that type of guy. Yeah, I know. I know that stuff is popular, and I never say no to. I know that type of stuff is popular, and you know, more power to you if that's your thing. But I've never been comfortable really writing that sort of stuff. My favorite thing is witty repartee. I mean, I don't mind reading it. You know, whatever. I always think of um, no, because sometimes it's important for the character. You know, yeah, it's important for the characters to have. You know, you know, the sex scenes can be very important for characters. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, trust me, I've you know, I've read a fair amount of like high literature books that have sex scenes in them. Almost at times too much, frankly. There's one book I was reading that has like, yeah. I mean, you don't need to. If you're uncomfortable with it, you don't need to. It's not. I don't know. I sometimes think writers lose themselves. I don't know. Did you hear about this latest controversy? Yeah, but you don't need one. You don't need to focus on it intensely, and two, it can. You don't need to like spend a lot of time with it. It's more the more important thing, for storytelling reasons, for pure storytelling reasons, is the emotion in that scene, not so much the actual act itself. There are other reasons to do it that there are other reasons for that I don't see anything wrong with, but the more important stuff is storytelling. You know, yeah. But you also don't need to do it at all if you don't want to. Many things are perfectly romantic without ever doing it. A lot of great stories are romantic or character opening without ever doing that. That's just a type of thing you can do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Listen, but you don't need like smut is fine and healthy and Christian to have, but um, it's not a requirement for a story to be good. A lot of stories are good with. There's many stories that are very good and have no need for it. A lot of stories, actually. Uh, so what have you been writing? Oh, just tell me, what have you been writing lately? Yeah, I've been. I'm now subscribed to several people. Yeah, yeah. I've been now subscribed to several people, and I've been. It's funny. You know what's so funny? Book talk always seems to book talk / tube always seems to be in controversy over something. Like there's always something that is going really, really wrong in the book world, and it's quite funny. Yeah. Okay. 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 Tell me. Yeah. I think that's perfectly justifiable. Rip through all your works in progress. I was just reading. I got distracted. So apparently, the new Jurassic Park movie is kind of bad, but it's a big hit anyways. Yeah, man, like it's I don't know, isn't it? I don't know. It's such a bummer. Yeah, yeah. We tear through it all. Yeah. I would love to see. Yeah. What if we wrote a cozy dinosaur fantasy? I mean, there's some good ones. There's always good ones that come out, but truth be told, I have been so uninterested in seeing any new movies as of late. I've just been watching old movies I already like. What if we wrote a cozy dinosaur fantasy? Um, I had an idea a few years ago. Um, I was reading. I was reading about different periods in like evolutionary history, and I thought it would be kind of cool if instead if we did like Jurassic period, we did like maybe the period where there was like huge mammals running around and stuff like that. Because there's other periods with like, because there was like, I saw a video, and it was about how terrifying the oceans were, and I feel like Jurassic Park has never really done anything super cool with the oceans. Okay. Would it be humans riding dinosaurs or the dinosaurs themselves? Anyways, yeah, and I was like, what was so wild is like there's just these huge like monster eating fish all around the ocean. And I was like, that would be like, so like there was this big ocean. Okay, so there's this huge ocean in between the Americas, and they found these like massive like predatory fish and like dinosaurs that swam in it. And I was like, oh, wouldn't that be kind of cool? Because it's like uh, Mississippi, going down the Mississippi. Like, what if it was like going down the Mississippi, but there was like monsters in it? Could you do something with that? Yeah. I've long time. Anyways, so tell me, Opus, what is the project? What is the project we're working on? Do you want to see the outline for the D&D adventure I'm doing, since none of the people participating in it are here? Well, I finished. So I finished the short story I was working on. Well, I did a few things. Sorry. Anyways, I'm losing energy here, but I want to keep hanging out. I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen you guys in a while. I want to keep hanging out, but I'm also losing energy, and I don't think I can keep this up very much longer. It is. No, I just. It's, no. No, I'm just tired. No. Ugh. am a play. It's good thing you never. It's good thing you never. But yes, I am a play. I don't know how much longer I can keep going. I want to keep going. I want to keep chatting, but I just don't. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is this is where I like my hair to be. I just don't know how much more energy I got left in me tonight. We saw a lot of cool people stop by. Yay. Okay. I think we're gonna. No. Yeah, I don't have it with me anymore. Let's see. I'm gonna write a friend of mine. Okay. Oh, come on. So irritating. Ugh. Okay, we'll rate somebody else. I'm not letting me write them. Okay. Other eighth. Yay. Okay. That's the person I want to write. Okay, good. Okay, see you guys.
Yo, Sean, you beautiful legend, yo.